Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional, medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications or other treatments, readers, viewers, and listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body, but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 357th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. This is a broadcast from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today. And as usual in these workshop series, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I believe he is ready to go with today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers workshops of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. As we see, we are back in 357 times without failure to teach, to expand the knowledge, and to promote the science. As we have seen in the past years, scientists have become the victim of the world leaders and those who judge they are more than scientists. As I've written many times and taught many times, the station of the scientist is equal to the prophet of God. The prophet brings guidance for behavior of the man. Scientists bring knowledge for living of the man. To this level, we have seen another atrocity by one nation or other collection of nations on another leading scientist, another Iranian nuclear plasma scientist, devoted to extend the knowledge of the man into every aspect. The scientist worked very much on the same level as me in the plasma technology and in the direction of expanding the knowledge. Unfortunately, he was gunned down last Friday, and this is a killing of another prophet. I have one word to say to the nations who think it's right to do this, as I have been a victim of bombing, shooting, poisoning, killing of our assistants and the rest of it. These things has to stop. These atrocities, but different nations under different banner to protect and promote their violence has to stop. We mourn as one nation the loss of another scientist in the hand of whatever nation, color, and race who has carried this out. Indications are it's a collective work of 3 nations. We have opened exactly who are involved, and in time, Keshe Foundation will make sure these nations will be deprived of knowledge. It's very simple. We elevate the soul of the man, as killing up to now has not done any good for any of us. Man has killed for thousands of years. Man has killed enemies, brothers and sisters. What for? Just to justify that they can. The time of killing has come to an end. And in so many ways, the punishment of the nations who carry this is not receiving the knowledge for them and their citizens. We see the fingerprint of this murder again directly connected to the state of Belgium. We see this again directly connected to the state of Israel. We see this set up and executed by those who operate in northern part of Asia in collaboration with another nation called Turkey. These 3 nations have to understand what is the consequence of killing scientists. And in turn, we open the books, and in turn these nations will pay for their conduct. We respect and we give our condolences to his family, to the nation of Iran, and to one planet, one nation. As we all are his citizens. We have played a video to pay respect and homage to this scientist. He worked extremely hard on the COVID-19 in releasing a new solution. He worked extremely hard on plasma technology in space and development. So many people who knew him and his work have compared him with my work and my way of working. Moment of silence is to elevate the soul of the man. Memory of the man is to elevate him the whole time he exists in the realm of the creation. I would like to ask Rick if we can play the video which we have made by the Iranian Keshe Foundation in paying respect to the scientist who was murdered in a crueler way than they tried to kill me and they killed Fabio. We come to one position. Does mankind needs to kill? And in time we shall show. These things has come to an end. This is the face of a highly intellectual scientist in nuclear plasma technology. Exactly the field I work. Why do they kill nuclear physicists and only Iranian? Is one solution. We are too far ahead, we are too good, and we are expanding knowledge of man too fast that other nations do not want their citizens to be educated, that they could find a way of freedom into space and new understanding. Professor Mohsen Fakhrizadeh is one of the leading scientists in the space technology, in rocket propulsion and plasma propulsion, and many other aspects. As he believed the same as me, to go to space we have to develop a full spectrum of knowledge. We pay homage to his life, and could you please play?
قتل یکی از بزرگترین دانشمندان اتمی ایران رو و همکار و دوستان عزیز رو به تمام ملت ایران تسلیت عرض میکنم.
در زمانی که میبینیم خیلی هامون داریم سبقت میگیریم در ثروتمند شدن و همین سبقت ها و همین چشم هاست که سبب میشه اختلاس بکنیم فلان و فلان و فلان و کاخ برخوردیم بسازیم قصر برخوردیم بسازیم خانه‌های آنچنانی درست کنیم، ولی میبینیم که هنوز هم وجود دارند عزیزانی که پشت به همه چیز دارند. کسی شهید میشه که در زمان حیاتش شهید شده. به حیاتشون که نگاه میکنیم ببینید واقعا حیات طریقی است. چه خبر؟ نمیفهمیم. من که نمیفهمم چه خبر؟ ولی الان چی؟ آیا در باغ شهادت بسته شد که میجم شکسته شد؟ نه.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
با ریختن خون عزیز ما تایید شد انقلاب ما. بکشید ما را، ملت ما بیدارتر می شود. ما از مرگ نمی ترسیم و شما هم از مرگ ما صرفه ندارید.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والسماء والطارق وما أدراك ما الطارق النجم الثاقب إن كل نفس لما عليها حافظ فلينظر الإنسان مما خلق خلق من ماء دافق يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب إنه على وجهه لقادر يوم تبلى السرائر فما له من قوة ولا ناصر
قتل یکی از بزرگترین دانشمندان اتمی ایران رو و همکار و دوستان عزیز رو به تمام ملت ایران تسلیت عرض میکنم.
A light out on another life who served humanity. We are not the only nation which has suffered this way in the hand of state killing and big corporation killing. When they cannot get, or when it's too advanced, they cannot reach to understand, they blame it for all. 5 of the top 1,000 scientists of China has been murdered in the same way in past 2 or 3 years. Number of the European scientists have been killed the same way, by the side road, a bombing, blowing a tire, and then bullets in the head. A number of American scientists have been killed the same way. And we see the pattern. As I was told by the guy who was my knowledge seeker from the shameful state of Belgium, sitting in front of me, saying that we blow your tire and then we put a bullet in your head, Mr. Keshe. I sat with my assassin in front of me the day before assassination with a hat, because he was too scared to look into my eye. When I asked the security, he said he's come to kill you. He's too afraid how to handle you when he faces you. He's come to get rid of his own fear. And the next day they turned up. I've spoken with the family of these victims. They get terrorized that they don't even want to talk about. The founder of the computer compression system, which we all enjoy, his son lives in absolute poverty in the state of Netherlands, where they stole, and then his pattern broke up, and then it appeared in a number of companies and under the name of many people which we come to know. Those who developed the first water engine twin brothers, again given poison on the table by Belgians, and one brother died, as he would not give his technology. Same as me and many other scientists. This state-sponsored killing has to stop. Maybe the murder of this scientist is the point to start. By elevating the soul of the nations and its citizens and its leaders, maybe it's time to bring this back on the table. We wish for the end of wars. We wish for the end of killing of the scientists. What will happen if these people realize when they do this, what their children and their grandchildren have to pay for the misconduct of the father who carries out these murders? As you know, we have received a new threat on my life, and we are waiting. I'm on the line, like this professor, in the next 30 days to be executed or killed, sponsored by the Iranian government on the threat we received. Why our own nations put the threat out on us is another point. Is it because we are bringing a nation so fast to understand? That's another point. As I explained, anyone touches me, I wipe out the nations. Forget about the family. In a very pure way, in a very clean way, by elevating the soul, where the physicality will be ashamed to take shape. Touch me, and I'll touch your inner being and inner soul. At the same time, my call goes to the world leaders. Stop the killing of the world scientists. Stop the destruction of the man development in a faster way to a higher level of understanding the work of the Creator. In so many ways, we all stand on the same path. We are the light. We are that beacon which brings man home one step closer to the Creator. The understanding of the work of the Creator does not matter if our feeble mind does not understand. State-sponsored murders by different nations and other nations has to stop. And even sponsored murder by the leaders of one nation and their own scientists has to stop. What will be the next step in man understanding more? Why do our leaders have fear of these things is beyond many people's comprehension. We have seen state-sponsored terror and terrorist activities long and long, not only on the scientists, but the head of corporation families. We've seen the same state-sponsored terrorism on the family of Howe in Canada. Exactly the way I was captured, held for 11 days and threatened to be killed every day by Canadian national securities in the airport. This time, the lady had the money. She's free to go home, but with a false allegation and the same. Just because Howe is years ahead of American scientists. American scientists are a collection of the world scientists who their knowledge is not valued much because it's stolen and terrorized by the others. They terrorize every nation. If they don't have, you are a terrorist nation. Iranian scientists are 50 years minimum ahead of American scientists in plasma technology, nanotechnology, and combination of the space development. I am one, and I'm thousands of years ahead of all. But I respect the territory of Iran and the totality of this planet and the universe as I share knowledge freely with all. The Prime Minister of Iran, what I call the false Prime Minister Ahmadinejad, always came with one rhetoric which was shameful to the Iranian nation, that we have to see the end of one state. The new way is we have to elevate that state to become ashamed of their own conduct, not to eliminate, because we cannot take part of this planet out. But we can elevate them to be ashamed of their own conduct. My praise and my wish is, and will go to the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu. I hope your soul gets elevated that finds no dimension in the physical life of this planet. The same goes for your daughters and your sons. The elevation of the soul to leave the dimension of physicality will become so painful for those who do not want the elevation. But they have to understand, when Christ said, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, did not mean to pull and destroy, take eye for an eye, was to elevate the soul of the man, that he sees with the eye of the soul of the man the misconduct of the man, and become ashamed of his own conduct. So, Mr. Netanyahu, I have one message for you. I wish the elevation of your soul, and especially your siblings and your children and those who call yours. I hope you see many bright lights where you are so dim that your soul wishes that never misconducted. And I wish the same for your bloodline, as long as it exists. Sponsoring, terrorizing many scientists has to become forbidden and become equal to murder. And the heads of the states have to respond and be responsible by their soul from now on, not by the courts of man-made who they can cover themselves. I was in China when the Chinese scientists, top leaders, were assassinated. But the state of terror by these hooligans of the scientists made one thing much more hard for all the scientists: to work harder to make sure that they don't win. They cannot take over the others. Does the mankind need to suffer more by lack of understanding? Or would we have executed Pascal, Tesla, and many other people who brought their knowledge as scientists and they devoted their lives to serve humanity? My wish goes to the leaders of the state of Belgium. I wish the same elevation for your daughters and your bloodline. Elevation of their soul will teach you how to become humble. The elevation of the soul of the present and the past leaders of these nations need to be understood, that there is nothing but the greed of the physicality and the misconduct of total lack of understanding of their own existence. I have one wish, that this killing of the scientists stops, as I wonder if the state of Israel leaders would have executed and murdered Moses, or the Christian leaders would have put a bullet in the head of Christ. And then we see saying from Islamic world, if they would have done with Muhammad. When you think to kill or to structure the murder of a scientist, think of two things from now on. The moment you think, from now, you pay with your soul, and those who you have created, and those who have created you, you pay collectively for the elevation of the soul. But the elevation of the soul will be so much that you become nothing but the black dust in the universe and in the living. Maybe the world leaders understand. As of today, murder any scientist is payable by the soul of the man who think of it and those who carry it out. Let us see which nations will pay for first. What is interesting, we see in the ethos and the head of the new American administration, science. Is this another way to promote science, or is it another way to find the scientists who are elevating and murdered? We'll leave that with the new administration, United States, and Mr. Biden, and see if it's of the same blood and the same way. We have to realize, during the administration as a Vice President of the United States, more wars and killing was incited than any other time. My wish is that the ways of the vice presidentship does not carry its way into presidentship on the banner of the science to kill more scientists. The truth hurts, but the reality is, paying for it, it will hurt more. Thank you very much. And we wish for elevation of the soul of this Iranian scientist as it was carried out by the nations who want to force or enforce their misconduct on the others. I give the platform to any of the knowledge seekers who would like to pay their respect to another scientist who was called, murdered in a well-planned but executed murder. Thank you very much. What is the thought of you knowledge seekers in killing of scientists? And what do you see your soul will bring into changing the course that we brought the end to the wars? Any of you would like to speak, you can speak now. Otherwise, we go back to teaching.
Well, I was certainly affected, Mr. Keshe. This is Rick, for those who don't know. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that one of the top scientists of the world, actually, not just Iran, but of the world, was assassinated. And that many countries of the world are not outraged by it. This is the part that sort of got me, is we don't see all the countries of the world getting together and saying that this is outrageous and this is time for this to come to an end. And this is what we must see. This is what all the peoples of the world must come together and declare this being such an injustice that it just must not ever happen again. And whatever has to be done in order to make that happen, so that obviously world peace is the way forward in order to have that be accomplished. And of course, we know that there has to be some elevation occur before all of that comes together. But on the other hand, we also know it's already happening, that world peace will prevail. And it just seems such a shame that that this kind of event has to take place. And my heart is saddened by it. And I realize that it must totally shock you, Mr. Keshe, and go to your very core, because you are so much like this person in many ways. And this is the thing about it. It's just outrageous, and it's hard to, I don't even know how to respond in many ways other than to attempt to give from my soul in any way I can to elevate the situation so that it does end up somehow for the benefit of all beings, and not something which instigates even more conflict. So thank you. Anybody else? If there's an attendee that would like to say something, they can put their hand up so we can acknowledge you.
Government-sponsored murders has to stop. National and international corporations planning of destruction of the scientists has to stop. And in so many ways, mankind has to mature. The only way, the only path for the maturity of the man to understand the work of the Creator is through the messengers of science. And sooner or later, we will achieve that. And this will be written of the history of the man, how man killed another man for his knowledge. As a Chinese ambassador told me once, he said, Mr. Keshe, you're scientists like an oil well. If we could tie you down to one place that we could use your wealth of knowledge, we would have been in charge and run the economy of the world. The problem with you scientists is that you are a floating oil tanker. And you share your knowledge with everyone, and you share everything that you think is right with those who think have the right to use and develop. One of the cornerstones of stopping the murder of the scientists is abolishment of patent. Abolishment of control over the knowledge and the structures who were set up to do this. There is no falsification. And there is nothing worse than the patent structure registration of today, that they block you to share your knowledge, because this way they can use you. The best example of it, as we know, is the man who developed the wiper for the front screen of the car. For 20 years he ran, and all the companies use his knowledge, but he couldn't get his patent sorted. By the time he did, the patent was out, and he got nothing for it. The amount of energy used for him to develop something new, 20 years went in developing and trying to prove it was correct. The way we done, we open the patent that everyone can do what they like to add the knowledge to it. And this is what many world leaders and scientific world heads do not like. Sharing the knowledge on the free basis of knowledge of the man to add to the knowledge. In any case, the shame goes on those who plan, and the glory goes to those who get elevated to the soul of their knowledge. Today's teaching will bring a different tone into understanding of many things. Last week, I showed you a dynamic structure where it could be seen we have managed to create a life with a heartbeat, with a self-rotation, and with circular rotation around a center point of field. The development and further development of this technology, as will be shown in coming weeks, will be where we create the structure of a solar system, where each ball will carry the identity of one planet or one moon, and then we allow a number of these balls to rotate at the same time, not only a perpetual rotation on their axis, not only having a heartbeat, but they be able to follow gravitational magnetic field of each other to position themselves. In a way, with this, for example, if you are somebody who does stargazing, you will see, for example, so many planets in solar system will align in certain times of the year or decades. In this process, we will see this. In this process, we'll be observe how this happens, and with it, we can start planning out the map of the universe, trying to understand position of galaxies and what the field, the strength is in the position, that we can position ourselves in that place, time and space. The replication of the number of these objects has been tested, and we see it, and we see how at certain point they solidify. They become like a star formation. They become 3-layer hexagonal shape, and in coming days in the teaching we will release more videos where you will see not only one object but number of objects in creating their own individual heartbeat and central rotation, and what we call environmental rotation will create and give us for the first time a 3-dimensional structure of our solar system to start. This is important to understand, as by gathering this knowledge and being able to make a 3-dimensional plasmatic condition of our solar system, we can pinpoint exactly where we want to be, and in given time, understanding the strength of the position, we can transmute and transport ourselves into that position. Very much universal GPS, but the instant transportation and instant what we call development of the space travel. In the structures of the enhancement units, which you will see, the creation of such a structure is possible. If you noticed when we showed, and now that you have seen the enhancement unit in the exhibition center in Linz, is not spherical, it's oval shape. Is the shape of the universe, is the pressurizing of the magnetic gravitational fields, that when mankind is ready to understand the totality, then we will see that all objects in the universe are in the shape of the enhancement unit. The reason for it has to be understood. And why even the map of the universe, which was released by NASA some years ago, is oval in shape and not spherical, not circle. The reason being that within the center of all these, be it the sun, be it the center of the universe, they are in motion. They are not fixed in one position. Our solar system is the same. Our sun is in motion in the atmosphere of this galaxy. So it's not stationary to keep the shape of the circle, the sphere. The pressures of the gravitational magnetic fields of other planets, other universes, other galaxies, other stars within the galaxy forces you to always to be in motion to find your position. So a spherical shape of any object is impossibility, does not exist. Even when we put a spherical core in the center of the flight system, the shape of the magnetic fields of that system is always in what we call, as it is, like an egg. Because one is pushing forward and one end is taking the pressure of the whole environment to allow the back pressures of the magnetic field in the opposite direction of the motion to be able to keep the front pressure on the system, to be able to stand the magnetic gravitational field forces of the environment where the object is flying into. When we look at the global map of NASA about our universe in the oval shape as we see, this gives us a very clear indication that our universe is in motion in the unicos. Which means is a clear indication that this universe, as we call it, the same as our solar system, is in motion. There is a bigger structure. Rick, if you could find the license plate of the NASA, the showing the shape of the universe, please can you display it? Then you understand. The same as the Earth. When we look at the structure of the gravitational magnetic field forces of this planet within the structure of the gravitational magnetic field forces of the sun and the solar system, we are and we have the same shape. And depending on the position of other stars and other planets and other moons, we have indentation in these fields. In the fields and the structure of the magnetic gravitational field of the planet. In so many ways, what we come to understand, the shape of this, what we call oval shape, with the sun in the center, or the same oval shape with the central black hole of the universe. This gives us one indication. Earth and our universe are in motion. This is the picture released by NASA from Propulsion Lab.
And this would be of the galaxy, apparently, the Milky Way galaxy, our Milky Way galaxy, which is, like you say, in that disc kind of shape.
Everything has to be, which shows the galaxies on the move. Do not look at the objects. This is what I asked even from the knowledge seekers teachers in the KFSSI. Start teaching your students about the fields and not about the ganses. What you look is at the pressure that the universe can take and in the direction of the motion. And why and how we see resistance on the edges, more objects on the edges, because of the conversion of the fields of the unicos on the universe, because of the pressures of the boundary fields on the matter. In a coming time, when, for example, we understand more even with our solar system, we'll see more tiny objects than what we thought, bigger than our moon, on the boundary of our solar system, just outside it than inside it. These come by the conversion of the interaction of the fields. When you look at these blue lines in the middle, as we see, indicating the gravitational magnetic fields of a galaxy, a solar system, or a universe, these are clearly from interaction of the fields, very much created by the light of the daylight on this planet, by interaction of the four field forces of gravity and magnetical of both Earth and the Sun. In the new system of the enhancement units you will walk into, you shall see no light. The light inside the systems will be translucent, very much like the light of the universe. In the new development, in the enhancement unit, you will see no light bulbs. You enter into the dimension of the translucent light of the universe. As the systems work on the same way, you will feel the blow of the air very much without any pumps, but by conversion and transportation of the fields of the system. Those of you who will walk into the new enhancement unit, you feel as you walk into the universe. The understanding of the new technology is simple. Is understanding that everything has to be on the principle of the universe and not man-made. And in that process, with the introduction and delivery of the new enhancement units and the technologies which are developed in it, will bring a new dimension into the life of the man. As I explained yesterday to the research team, in the present time, you see the display unit. In the new enhancement unit, there'll be two places for two balls. One, the soul and the conduct of the physician, and one of the patient, of the volunteer who is going into the system. You'll be carrying the replication of your own soul within the sphere which is given to you at the point of perfection. And that, in conjunction with the wish and the soul of the physician, will bring the soul of the man into position. In a way, we don't take MRIs and X-rays, but you carry the three-dimensional structure of the soul at the time when you enter the system. The wishes and the soul of the physician will enlighten yours, and within the structure of physicality, within the system, you receive what is acceptable to you to elevate your soul of physicality. The new enhancement unit, which is getting released, delivered in January, carries and will be upgraded to the point that you shall see any structure of the present technologies of computers. You will not see any structure of the lighting, you will not see anything but the replication of the work of the universal system that is called universal enhancement, where your soul elevates to the level of the work of the universe, and in it and within it allows you to enter the true dimension of the living. As I said many times, I wonder how many of you will be strong enough to carry the dimension of your soul, carry the dimension of the strength of your soul to elevate your physicality, that in that level, if you wish, you enter the dimension of the Creator. The new enhancement units, which will be released in the coming weeks around the world, will bring revolution in the world of science. A revolution where there shall be no electronics, there shall be no computers, there shall be no past memories for man to carry on with in the dimension of misconducts of the soul, of the physicality, and the dimension of physicality itself. In so many ways, the enhancement units will bring you the replication of the work of the universe in the dimension of understanding of the soul of the man. The new enhancement units, which many of you will have the privilege to walk in and benefit from its beauty, will be very much the work of the universe. In so many ways, the new enhancement units is the life of the man within the confinement of his own cage of a bigger dimension of the physical life of the universe. As I said, when you walk into the new enhancement unit, as we change and we develop it into the position of its final structure, will become flight systems, will become systems that you can fly within it through your soul to the point of destination. And then it's the decision of your physicality to decide if the soul of physicality would like to manifest itself in that time and position. You enter the machine in Tehran and you land in Tel Aviv. As I said before to the American president's negotiators, how many men of Africa you want me to land in front of the White House? As I said in my message to the Iranian leadership on Monday, and the Sabah and the Iranian government, learn from your previous leaders and those who you praise, and work the same way. As the line of animosity and hatred can only be taken out by the presence of the man, I said to the Iranian leadership one simple thing: learn from Ayatollah Khomeini. When I was a student in 1979, sitting in the student union building in Queen Mary College, as I saw that the Iranian students were planning how to start the revolution, now the Shah has left, Khomeini took one step. Khomeini took one step. And as he was in Paris, he chartered a plane and he got as many people as he could into it, and he said, we're going to Tehran. They shoot us or we land and we change the course. And I said the same thing to the Iranian leadership. Pack as many Iranian army leaders, the Jewish people of Iran, and many others, and land in Tel Aviv and open the arm of peace and friendship and see if the Jews will shoot you or they put their guns down. The same I suggested to the Iranian leadership with Saudi Arabia and other nations. This is the way to elevate the soul of the man to be ashamed of his own conduct. We all have made mistakes and changes has to be. And I go back the same to all the world leaders. Where there is a conflict, get on the plane and just fly into each other's capital and see how the humanity reacts, not the gun policy. This is the way we will show you in the enhancement units, that we bring the world leaders to enter and to see if they come out as the same man. Those world leaders who refuse to enter enhancement units shows their intention. But on the other hand, there are other ways to reach these leaders. There shall be no war, because we will elevate the soul of the man and those who think they are the leaders. In a way, many of you knowledge seekers have been given all the tools to create these conditions. The tool is the strength of your soul. The tool is the strength of the end of animosity and understanding of many more. The new enhancement unit is the addition to the science and the technology of the man, which man will never forget and will develop. And with it, we will see the new generation of lives that are devoted to serve not only humanity, but the passengers of the Unicos. In so many ways, what we see as the new development of the new enhancement systems is the delivery of the knowledge of universe directly into the soul of the man. And we shall see how mankind will take into these directions and into these systems. As I said, we endeavor to let the first structures of the enhancement unit to bring the first changes, that with it will come the process of the changing through the soul of the man and not the physicality of the man. At the same time, understanding the work of the enhancement unit, as I explained earlier on, and to the other knowledge seekers, Keshe Foundation has developed a new system that you can enter understanding in it, change the course of any virus. These systems are needed in the space and have brought this development forward because of the situation with what we have with the viruses across the world today. We cannot produce and we cannot create conditions that will interfere with the world and structure of the physicality of the man. But we can change the environment of the man that the physicality is protected. The new knowledge and the new systems which are to be shown will carry this structure. The problem with many of our knowledge seekers is when we trusted them, they betrayed us. So this time we work with a structure that we don't allow them to do such a thing, to in a way de-elevate their own soul. How the new technology will be opened into dimension of the public in the coming weeks is something to be decided inside the Keshe Foundation. Because there is one fact: Keshe Foundation is a space, universal space technology organization with human factors in it, which many of these humans have a weak attitude and, as I call, amplitude in being able to develop themselves to be elevated to understand the totality. In the new enhancement system, we create the condition that the physicality takes shape, and the soul of physicality will structure itself to a dimension that mankind will become as one. In a way, through the enhancement unit and through many other things that you knowledge seekers are doing without knowing, we connect and create a global coverage for the change of the soul of the man to be elevated at the same time and in one move. The teaching and what we showed last week, as I said, will have a profound effect on what the knowledge seeker teachings will be in the next 3.5 months. And with it, we will teach that will change the course of humanity and world leadership. By the time when the enhancement units are operational, the structure of the world leadership as we know it today will change. We will understand in the coming time what has been our wish and what will be delivered to deliver the universal peace on this planet. We have brought everything forward by months as the evolution of the science to be transferred to man has moved by the same. In that process, mankind will move faster in understanding and transformation, and what we said in transferring the knowledge and the change into March 21st. In so many ways, the world of science and technology will take a rapid leap in coming weeks, and with it, we have to decide within the Keshe Foundation, within the management of the Keshe Foundation and the two heads of the Keshe Foundation and the Universal Council, how we will release this knowledge simultaneously that the world of humanity changes and takes shape in the new era. As I said, I have moved back into the lab to deliver the technology, and the heads of the foundation and the Universal Council members will take position and the leadership in how this technology will be dispersed from now on. The technology is so radical that will change everything which mankind has achieved up to now, be it from energy, food, space, and every other thing that man can imagine. As one said, Mr. Keshe, when you go into the lab, you're a lethal weapon in what you release as knowledge. And in so many ways, we are releasing as a gift to those who the souls and physicality was separated by act of violence and terrorism. This is a gift to the soul of our Iranian scientists, and I have never been more determined than past week to change the course that no, not a single Iranian nuclear physicist and no scientist around the world will be ever murdered. This is a homage to his soul, the last scientist to be killed by act of terrorism sponsored by the state. Now you understand how we brought things forward so fast, because no other scientist will be killed by another man. And this is a gift. As I said, sometimes there's a need for a change, and it takes one spark to bring that change. And the murder of the most precious scientist in Iran has been the trigger. I released so much knowledge that those who carried out this atrocity walked themselves into the what are called the noose of their own. And we shall see. I said, you play, we play. You played your game, now we play our game. When I finish, there shall be no king and no presidents and no leaders, as all men will be equal. And in so many ways, since last Friday, I speeded up the delivery of the technology to make sure that no scientist shall be murdered again by the State of Israel and Belgium and those who they sponsor. We take our revenge through science and technology and knowledge, and not by murder. The most shameful thing is that I have blood in both nations. And why, I cannot understand. Maybe is that the punishment not to be as harsh as one others wished. But the punishment will be as harsh for the heads of these states that they never do such a thing. Release of the technology in such a vast way and bringing it forward will be the punishment for those who wanted to stop the elevation of the science and technology. I don't take revenge. I elevate the soul of knowledge. And with it comes the fear of those who wanted to control and keep. As I said before to Obama's administration, how many people of Africa would you like to see in front of the White House? You have no system to detect, and you have no system to prevent the landing and the flight. As we fly the soul and let their physicality manifest themselves in the time and the place. There is no alternative except the unification of the man through his soul and through his conduct. I force mankind to this position as the time and the promised time has changed, and we deliver our way, direct the way we see fit with the change of time. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. We did have from before around 6 people who wanted to raise their hands and make a comment about the death of the scientists. And we didn't
Let them
have
come in.
on, so maybe we could let them express themselves. Okay, we have Azar is one, and then Salamia.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Kesh. I just wanted.
You are the Farsi Language Universal Council member.
Yes, I'm UC member Farsi language. I give my condolences to the whole humanity about the loss of this scientist, which is really sad to know at this point of our history. We still have to lose another human being, another scientist, and another prophet. And this shows us more than ever that how fragile we are, and then how important it is to extend the love of the Creator, which is in all of us, to everywhere, because that's the only key we have. You know, and the way I see it is the Creator created all of us with love, because He has nothing else. Even the people or the organization or the countries we think they're not good, they came from Him too. So, and the whole problem, the whole notion, the whole suffering of human being at the individual level, at the family level, at the city level, country level, the whole planet, it comes from the lack of understanding that the Creator just gave you one key, just embedded in you only one key that your soul understands, and that key, you came from it, which is the love. And actually, in every aspect of every human being, if there's any lack, the lack comes from the fact that you stop using that key. If every human being start using the key that was given to them in your action, in your thought, in your words, every single door that you always think is closed to you is going to open, because our thought, our action, our words are the one that locks those doors for us. You can melt away everything with love. That's the only thing we have. And the people, few people who are really on top, and they know that, and they're using that aspect of us and to try to put us against each other. They know that love, if we have the love, we can actually melt away everything. If you just reach out the hand, in the midst of the fight between two people, if one person reach out the hand to the other one, the whole thing is going to dissolve at that moment. It's just like the infinity loop, it's just like a yin and yang. When you come to that center point, the two has to come to that center point, and it's easy to do, but we're so blind to it, we don't see it. You know, I said one time, if you look at two brothers fighting, and then you see one of them is more like has a bigger ego and doesn't want to just give in, and the other brother just jumps at him and hugs him. Suddenly you see he opens up, because we need that jump, we need that movement from one person, one country to make that happen. Somebody has to have the courage to use the key that's given by the Creator to them. And the country of Iran, the leadership of Iran, has the opportunity to be that, to do that jump, to that movement that the brother does to brother, because we are all brother. We came from the same father. We came from the same source. And how is it possible that we came from the same source and we want to kill each other? When you think about it, it's not a possibility. This is the fact that we came from the same source. Just like having an apple tree. All the apples is the same tree. How can you say the other apple is bad? Everything is good. That's my message to the Iranian government, that just extend your hand of peace to other countries, and you will see how everything is going to flow, become flower, beautiful flower, like lotus flower. Don't be afraid of doing that. Just one simple movement, just one simple act. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps we can, thank you, Azhar. Perhaps we can hear from Salamia.
Hello to everybody. This is a sign that there is a total war against the soul, our soul and our common source. We don't have to retaliate. I implore Iranian government, don't retaliate. Be wise, be peaceful, love your enemy. Because in this world, we are unified. Unity replaces the duality. If you do something bad for others, you do something bad for yourself. I beg you, be wise. Love your brothers and sisters, because all we are totality. We are one on this planet, on this unicos. Just understand that it's necessary to embrace new integrated paradigm of knowledge. And this is the unique solution for elevation of the soul, putting together ethics, ethos, I mean, natural sciences, social sciences, including international relations, applicative sciences, and world view. It's not another the way to find the truth. Our mission on this life is to find the truth, and the truth is elevating our soul, truth, knowledge, true knowledge. I am a little bit sad to see that only in the physics world they are striving to find the science of totality. Mr. Cage found the paradigm of totality of all knowledge, not only of cosmology or physics or astrophysics. If we, as a human being, will elevate our soul and will use this opportunity to implement the new theory of knowledge of Mr. Keshe, which is a prophet on the physicality, will elevate our soul and the divinity, God, what you call consciousness. It's not important the name, we have the same source, will bring us all what we need. Why we have to struggle a nation between nation to have access to these finite resources on the earth? The truth is that is not scarcity on the planet, on the universe. We have abundance. Why to strive one against other instead of cooperate, instead of loving each other, helping each other to elevate our soul? I think that this murder of this loved scientist working for the peace is the privilege of us to aggregate us and to be stronger. His soul will enhance our soul. Now he can help us. He can help us from from the word of soul to make the peace here on this earth and to create the conditions of love, peace, harmony, to evolve this man of peace, which will finally create in our soul the light of truth, the light of humanity, and the light of true knowledge, the knowledge of our divine source. I'm confident that this event will connect all souls from this earth with all souls from the universe and unicos. I will make for him, for his soul, I will chant in Sanskrit, because the Sanskrit was a common language of Zoroastrianism and of Hindu people. I will chant for him in this universal language of the soul. Om Bhurabhuvah Svaha Tatsavitur Varenyam
Excuse me. Can we...
Bhargo Devatsya Dhimahi.
Sorry, I had to mute you, Salamia.
We don't allow these things. Can we go to the next, please?
Okay, we've got a number of other people.
Sorry, Salamia, these things we don't allow in Keshe Foundation teachings. Do apologize. Let's just stop singing. Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
I said, has she stopped singing?
Yeah. Well, I muted and she says, sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, no problem. What is interesting, if you can bring Salamia back, I want to ask her one question.
Second.
Yes.
Salamia, thank you very much. Sorry about that. We don't allow these things in the Keshe Foundation teaching. Others, we get a lot of band of musicians, and Keshe Foundation supporters do a lot of other things. One question I want to ask you, and I think it could be the responsibility of you and many of people like you who are in this arena. As you said in other teachings, you're a Baha'i.
Yes.
And your headquarters sits in the city of Haifa in Israel.
Yes.
Why don't you ask your leaders to put a hand of peace between Iran and the state of Israel and bring peace between two nations? No organization is well placed than this organization to force peace through unity and dialogue. The biggest crime has done by the leaders of Baha'i faith, not bringing a position of peace between the two nations where one were established and one has become residing in. A failure in delivering the promise is a point of destruction of the establishment. Many of you and the followers of Baha'i faith are Iranian and live and operate around the world. Why don't you ask your organizations to become a mediator between the two, where they have bases with both and with both governments?
Yes, I will do. It was my wish yesterday to do it, but I couldn't make it. Yes, I will do, and I will invite for maybe in the future to speak with the Universal Council, leaders of our Baha'i community. I hope they will be elevated and they will understand. This depends
Thank you very
on
much.
the elevation.
All the atrocities on Iranian scientists in past 20 years has been done, sponsored by that nation. And it has to be sorted through dialogue and not by murder.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
I'm not a leader. I'm a humble member because my mother, she was a Baha'i.
But you chose to become, you don't inherit.
Yes, not I didn't inherit. I chose it when I was, became a student because before I was not able to understand.
I understand, but this is the responsibility of using international organizations to get dialogue going between nations. And it's the same with the Universal Council members. Reaching out, even there is no hope, there is always hope.
Yeah.
And in so many ways, you know, we are on a verge of the same time and same place when in 2012, just about the same time as now, we were reached through science by the American administration for the technology which was given freely to all nations to share the knowledge with the states, United States of America. And that brought us a point of discussion and peace talk between Iran and United States. It's the responsibility of organizations like Keshe Foundation, Universal Council, and the knowledge seekers to endeavor the dialogue of peace. And using the structure set up to bring that position. Does not matter even if it fails, but it ignites something that in time will be enlightened. This is what I always said. Keshe Foundation, no time during his life and in time to come, has to become another organization like what we've seen with Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and the rest of it. It has to come through the heart of the man. And not through a structure of administrations which they don't exist, except for the profit of those who endeavor to be profited by it. Thank you very much. Who's next, Rick?
I think Gatwa is probably next. He's got his hand up here. And let me see, we did have a couple of others had hands up before. Antonio and Ted, if you still have a question or comment, you can put your hands back up. And let me see, after Gatwa, I think Marinez could probably go next. Go ahead, Gatwa.
Do we have anybody on the YouTube section? Sorry, Dr. Gatwa. Do we have anybody on the YouTube section or outside the live stream? Any questions or anybody wants to speak?
We had a question in the YouTube from Manaz, who says, when will all killing, hunger, poverty will stop? When are we going to live in harmony as one?
That's something for humanity to answer as a whole.
777 Paulina says, my heart goes out to the Iranian people and to the family of this great plasma scientist. God bless his soul. And there's some other comments similar, but that's it there. And on the live stream, we've got a question from, just a second here, I'll get it straightened out. Fried mentions, can the UN gather around the table and make clear that they are united in a higher spirit and for the first time in unity pledge they're willing to guide to elevate all nations and hold responsible the ones who try to divide and conquer?
They are sponsored by these people. How do you want them to bring them criminal act? United Nations is sponsored by the nations who carry out the atrocities.
And
The
that's one of
criminal is
the,
always right when you carry and you own the court.
that was one of the reasons you created the Universal Council to begin with, I think. Is to
In a
replace
way, when you have a universal council by language, you're not bounded by no nation, but by ethos of conduct. This is why United Nations is wrong. When you're Iranian in the States, in China, or in Iran. And when you're a Chinese, you're the same, doesn't matter where you are. You should have the same right. You should carry the same objective. Not just when you're within the boundaries of your nation. Or what you call imaginary boundaries of your nation. Go ahead, Dr. Katwa, please.
Good morning, Mr. Kesh.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for your teachings, enlightening teachings. And first of all, I would like to send my deepest condolences to the bereaved family and the people of Iran for the recent martyrdom of Mohsen Fakhrizadeh. And as you said earlier, I am present in all your wishes and reiterate that killing of scientists must stop. I always wonder why those who know something and those who want to help humanity are murdered. So my deepest condolences for those bereaved due to the recent murder.
Thank you
Now,
very much.
yes, and I am present in all your wishes, and I very much look forward to a peaceful world free of these kinds of killings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As I said to the Iranian leadership in a very direct way, Persian Empire has been the largest ever empire on this planet, covering 40% of the landmass during this, what we call time. No nation has ever been ruling such a landmass with population area ever in the history of man. The reason it became such an empire was because once the structure and establishment of peace on the order of Ahura Mazda was carried out, nations, leaders of the nations and tribes themselves gave up their position to receive the love and protection of the peaceful nation of Persian Empire. In a way, with the kindness and love and equality of the leaders of Iran at that time, many gave up their territories and rulership to be part of totality. It's the job of the Iranian leaders and the world leaders to create that condition of the time now. That nations want to be part of you because within it they find peace and tranquility. And the same goes with Universal Council and the Keshe Foundation as a whole. People want to be part of because of its motion and its notion to create a condition of peace and refusal to carry arms, to kill, to destroy. This is where the time and the change of time has come. If you understood something very interesting, when we have these members of Universal Council attending different teachings, they all come in. The Arabs, the Jews, the Christians, and all others, and Buddhists and the rest. And they're all joining to share knowledge, irrespective of what path of belief they chose to call themselves. And this is the beauty of the Keshe Foundation. Religion takes second place to the path of belief in science and technology. Because through the science and technology, they understand, they believe, and they understand in unity of totality.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. And if I may add, I'd like to say that peace be upon the soul of Krizadeh and the souls of all those who have been murdered before him, all the scientists that have been murdered before him. Thank you very much indeed.
Very much.
Okay, thank you. And let me see here. We've got how about Dean? Maybe Dean can go. I think I mentioned Marinez. We can let Marinez go next, and then perhaps Dean.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I start with in the name of God, creator of all things and all beings. We are all from the same essence. Well, I know that according to historians, Iranian nation has been a peace-loving nation. That's why they never attacked any neighbors for hundreds and hundreds of years. And they gave the pieces of their land because they didn't want to get facing another army. That's why Iran shrinks to the size which is actually. It's a country of poetry. There is poetry books everywhere. Polite behavior, everyday life, that's what makes the beauty of the country, even though things are getting unjustly tolerated by them. These people who killed and planned to kill this scientist, they made him the best service they could ever do, and also for the Iranian country and people, because he got the most honor he could ever think of in his life. He was buried in a shrine, popular shrine, which is visited by millions every week. They come from all other places. He's buried besides the other scientists which were murdered these years. They all are buried in this shrine with the highest respect for them and for their family, and all surrounding them get the best benefits from the Iranians. This guy, I didn't know who he was. Now everybody knows who he was. Everybody knows what he was working. Everybody hears the things he was saying in his life. They know about his life. They reach in Google to see, and he is known. His work is being reviewed, and wherever he is the most happy person, because he can never imagine what a beautiful end, but it's not ended. I communicated, I prayed for him, and I felt he's happy, and I asked him to help me. And I know that the millions of people with this type of mentality and attitude, they pray for him and they get better results. So where he is, he's helping his cause better than when he was in his body and afraid. So thank you for making us know this person. There will be buildings made in his name, the streets and the squares made in his name, and forever he is a hero. Not only in Iran, I'm sure in other countries, they make buildings in his name, the streets in his name. So thank you for his side. And I think the best way is the peace, and we are advancing anyway. We are trying to feed people. Those who killed him, they didn't want people to get fed, have electricity, have health. But nobody can stop this movement. You kill one person, the others know about it and they follow it. So stop doing it. It's not good for your health and your name. So sorry for taking your time. These people are not dead. I assure you. They are there and you can communicate and you can ask them to help you. So thank you, anybody who showed empathy and sympathy for this person, scientist. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you, Mahmoud, one question? Where is he buried?
He is buried in Tehran, as far as I know, in Imamzadeh Saleh, in Tajrish.
This is a holy religious position.
Yes, and it's very frequentable because it's in Tehran. It's near a big market, very big market. People come and shop and they go to the shrine. And even people from other places come to there, other cities.
In a way, goes back to one point. This is a shrine of the holy men in the path of religion. And by burying scientists in the same position, it brings the position of equality of the science and religion, where we respect the scientists the same as the men of faith.
Actually, the others also, the other 3-4 scientific people who were killed during these 10 years, they are there also, and people just come to pray for them.
Yes, I understand.
I have seen good things when I pray for them. So he is with them, and he could imagine such an honor for his works in his life.
As I said, now maybe in Iran, for the first time in one nation, we respect the men of science and religion the same way.
Oh, yes. Iranians are the science lovers. They have always been like that, poor, rich, whatever. That comes
but now we bury them in the same place.
Exactly. It's not new. It has gone for a while, but yeah, and they get the best honors, their family, everything. They are being taken care of very much more than if he was alive. And I'm sure young people who are very intelligent, ready to take chances, follow his life. Because they have been attacked in their soul, in their hearts. It was the heart of the people that they attacked. They don't want money, they're happy with the life they have. It's a lot of quality of life they have. And if somebody attacks that, but they are wise enough to decide more than in front of their nose. I thought these people who plan this, they just see in front of their nose, this guy is bothering my profits. But if they could see higher than that, they would see that's against themselves they did that. Because they gave all the honors to these people, to that person, and they revived the young people who were sleeping in a way, so they are alive now.
Thank you very much. As I always said, the position of scientists is a prophet of and the messengers of God for knowledge, improving the physical life of the man. As the other prophets is for the soul of the man. Now that we know the soul and physicality come from the same essence, so we shall value the scientist and the prophet of the soul the same. And Iran has proven it to be and positioned it to be the first nation ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall we continue, Mr. Kesh?
Please carry on.
Okay, we have, I'm just going to go through the list here. We've got Dean next, and then Modi.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Kesh. I'd just like to say from, for the first time over Linz, it snowed last night. And for me, the snow represents the calmness, the stillness, the soul. Each soul is unique and precious. And but the totality of the snow covering is like the one soul of humanity. And so it encompasses everything. We're all the same. Each soul is incredibly beautiful, precious, and part of the totality. For me, the killing of one soul, taking one life, is against the whole of creation. It should not be so in any shape or form. And so I give from my soul to the soul of that man, that beautiful person, that beautiful soul. And I give from my soul to the nations, that nation and all nations, and the soul of humanity to come together in peace, because we are peaceful by nature. We were born peaceful. The environment, the conditions that we become accustomed to, change us in our physical beings, but our soul is pure. And I would just like to say thank you for the beauty of that soul, and I give unconditionally from my soul to that soul and the soul of his family and the soul of the family of humanity. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much. The time of peace comes with the wishes of the man. And as we've seen, we wish, the Universal Council wish, and we achieved all peace and end of wars. We still see skirmishes here and there, but these are the leftovers of the past hundreds of years, which needs to be cleaned up. And in so many ways, I'll return to Tehran very shortly to take and replace the position of this scientist and take leadership in the world of science of Iran. As I said and was said, many people will take his place. I return to Iran to head the Iranian space technology in plasma and the new technology in science. And in so many ways, unify the Iranian scientists to endeavor to take mankind into space through the understanding of new technology. My commitment to humanity is untainted and will stay the same. But we need a place where the people think and work the same. And for me, returning to Tehran to take the position of the leadership in Iranian science and technology in the space is paramount. And for this reason, we will celebrate many things, collectively as one race, but positioned in Tehran. And in so many ways, mankind, and I say the worst thing or the best thing the state of Israel and Belgium did was to murder such a scientist, that there are many those who are there to take the place and bring the banner of peace and knowledge to the front. We are committed to peace. And the Keshe Foundation, through its new technology, will force the nations of Europe and the rest to accept nothing but knowledge as the glory for mankind, not the murder of the scientists as the way to stop the development of the human race.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Modi. Can you go ahead and open your mic? Okay, I'm not sure if he's able to do that. I've asked to unmute, but it's not unmuting. So we'll go ahead and if you can sort that out, let us know. Kay would be next.
Good morning. Can we hear me?
Yes.
Great. I haven't done this before, but I shall definitely have a go. I just would like to wish from the depths of my heart, as well as at my soul level, unconditionally, which is a wish I also would like to reach out to the soul of 7 billion humanity on this planet to collectively bless and elevate for the eternity of the soul of this beautiful scientist. And may his soul be shining and brighter than any star, as his only intention was to help the humanity, thus force the universal community to get together in amalgamating in a quicker time frame. My greatest wish at this very juncture would be to have mankind's soul to be elevated at the highest level, whereby humanity will not witness and experience this abhorring, heart-churning, and as is very much a heart-wrenching, cold-blooded murder spree of our planet's asset, national assets, which is an astronomical loss to the mankind, which is being forced to comprehend. My wish is for it to be the last of such a cowardice, and with it lead the way and open the path to unity throughout this planet in its totality. May God bless his soul and the rest of humanity who will follow his foot path. Love and peace to all. And thank you for the knowledge seekers as well who support for this knowledge to be spread to mankind, to humanity. And I hope and I wish very much that we all achieve this in a very short span of time, where humanity would not have to be watching over their shoulders time and again, every second of their life, where life can become peaceful for all of us. God bless all of you. Thanks for listening to me.
Okay, thank you, Kay. Theodore, Ted, you're up next.
Hello, this is Ted in West Virginia. Can you hear me, Rick?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Kesh, I want to join you in condolences of Mr. Mosen, and it touches my heart that a scientist is murdered, and in fact, it's called an assassination, and it's sad to see that when somebody is murdered or assassinated, and then the science behind how they're assassinated is praised and understood, some new technique of wirelessly killing someone, and that is like oxymoronical, to kill a scientist and then tout the science in which you killed them. And the idea of nuclear weapons, isn't the idea of nuclear weapons that if you have nuclear weapons, you never have to use them? isn't the purpose of the bomb that once the bomb is made, nobody is to use it because everyone else has a bomb too? So isn't it oxymoronical and just incorrect to see nuclear weapons be the reason so many wars are started, when the pursuance of nuclear weapons and the ownership of nuclear weapons, no matter what country you're in, is supposed to protect peace? And the idea that if anybody ever used them, the whole world would turn against you. And the idea that science is not science, like the man studies science, and if you're in another country and somebody studies science, you have a bond, you're a scientist. Like a lot of knowledge seekers and like a lot of people on earth and a lot of people in their basements. And it doesn't matter what country you're from. When your interest is science, there's a lot of beautiful scientists in every country and they come up with great ideas. And when one scientist comes up with an idea, it's almost up to other scientists to question and test that idea to see where it goes. And science is so backwards to assassinate people, scientists, whether it's under the guise of nuclear weapons or whether it's a peaceful science that would release, humanity to feel free again. It's something that you would never kill a scientist. Ever. Ever, ever. And it's so crazy to hear that this has gone on. And today I was on the phone with somebody who I didn't know down in Florida talking about science because they make motors and stuff, and telling me of a gentleman that they were there, like he was in the 80s and they created a machine that makes electricity, and they called the Department of Energy and told them, we have a great breakthrough. You need to come see this. And they arrived with guns and they took the man's work. And they say not to really, don't do that again. And that's not science. And it's not correct. And it's an irony in itself to assassinate someone in the name of peace when we all know that anytime aggression is used, it destabilizes peace. Tired of the doublespeak, drains the energy of humanity, convolutes the truth of the reality. It hides our potential. And it's just in the language of everything that's done in the name of something that really isn't something. It's not pure. And to me, it's very sad. And to me, like a collective wish is so powerful. And I'm tired of it. And I know you all are tired of it too. And I know that if you look through history, no matter what country you're in, you see great people that came up with great things in their backyards, and it is not existent. It's not for sale. And it's just time for more humans to stop thinking that they need to utilize the systems of, say, patents and things like this and study, like you say, Mr. Keshe, peer review. When the journals are not peer reviewed, it's not science. They don't objectively attempt to recreate an experiment because it threatens something or because that experiment has results that would violate a law from the 1800s. So therefore, we would never study that. And it's frightening to me, the direction humanity goes. despite what I feel is the universe as an unstoppable force, that it can't be held back, and that the truth and the reality is all going to come forward, no matter if people want to stop it or not. And to watch the people in the other countries, including the country I'm from, and including a lot of countries on earth, kill people, it's I want to use the word disgusting, but I've removed disgust from my life. I don't feel that way anymore. It's something that would have caused me disgust, and now I really do feel that only elevation can come from this. It's another black eye in the face of Israel. It's another black eye to the whole humanity as a whole. And when I look down the countries that are peaceful compared to non-peaceful, Iceland is the most peaceful country on earth, according to National Review. Well, if an Icelandic scientist came up with a device that affected space-time over unity, health, whatever, would they not to be chastised? I mean, does Iceland have all these things that we know are available? No, not that I know of. And this just goes to show that even the peaceful countries, and you see Belgium is the 13th or 18th most peaceful nation out of 130. Like, according to what? Like, they have a big child problem over there, a big child problem. And it's coming to light. And so I view a man as a martyr as a way that humanity is evidence to itself that we must go through this process. And I know that coming to the point of self-realization that one is the Messiah and that the only savior is going to be from yourself, through a process, whether you want to call it ascension, touching your soul, meeting the creator, whatever it is, we all have to start doing it and believing in our self-esteem so that it ripples across the universe in congruence what I think is already taking place, because you don't want to push against a wave. You want to ride with a wave. You can't fight it, but you can't go completely relaxed either. When a big wave is coming, you have to flow with it. And, peace to his family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wonder, now we speak about killing scientists and planning murder of scientists and then carrying it out the way we've seen with this most beautiful scientist of Iran. Have you ever seen a scene of extortion and threat to kill? Have you ever been witness to one where they threaten to kill and destroy you if you don't give to? I'll show you one. This is what you see. This is a scene of extortion and threat to kill by the Queen and the King of Belgium. And the man sitting in the middle is me. The life of the Keshe Foundation and my life changed in this meeting. The man standing is shamed and beshamed ex-King of Belgium. The woman sitting in front of me is the ex-Queen of Belgium. The life of the Keshe Foundation changed in this meeting, where the threat of extortion and killing was put out by the Queen and the King on the table. Give me the technology or leave my country and you'll be murdered. And he hasn't stopped. It's shameful, but what you see, most probably the same thing has taken place in somewhere where somebody like this shameful man has planned the murder of a scientist. If I would have told you, you would have never believed it, Mr. Keshe talks. But there were people present who took pictures. We have pictures of the king sitting and drinking coffee while he's planning the murder of a scientist in his head. If you think these things can be done, I sat in front of them when they told me. in a very clear way. And when they couldn't get it, they went to the court producing a document, me as a terrorist, where American refused, and then they went with the same court number, they didn't change even the file number, into becoming a fraud and whatever, which you couldn't even defend in the court. My wish is that there be no king on this planet, and especially such as these two and their offspring and their blood. If you think the kings and the queens plan the murder of scientists, this is right in front of you, and the victim in the middle. And that little laptop you see in the middle is where the knowledge of God was released. I was writing the 4th book, and I stopped writing. From this picture, I got bombed, I got shot at, I got poisoned, and all by fake claims of one or another Belgium. You want to see a plan of an assassination, it's right in front of you. And you can see the man who taught to build the structure to assassinate. That's what they do. You give, otherwise we kill. And I was told in the kangaroo court, again in Belgium, in the nuclear, what they call organization, leave the nation, otherwise we'll show you immediately after this meeting. I'm ashamed to be in the clothes of the man because I'm ashamed to meet a man like this. They're not human. And it seems to run in the blood of that nation. You see how scientists are set to kill? It's in front of you. And the man in a pinky shirt is a king. And you know, they always like to take the picture of their victims. You see what he's carrying, a camera in his hand to show what I did. I'm still here, and he's not a king. And there shall be no blood of him ever to run a kingship. So, the murder of Iranian scientists was planned in these shapes by these people. And all fingers runs to this nation. I'm still here, and he's not the king. We have much more power than they do. And they call it the Belgian justice is always correct. The Belgian justice is correct because the crooked leaders like this sit and they write what they like. Because they carry the pen of the court. I wonder how soon the court of the souls will write for them. A king was proven to be a liar and a cheat. An adulteress with an own structure like the rest of his nation. They live through their adultery. Adultery to the scientist, adultery to their own nation, and adultery the way they live. You wanted to see a murder point of a scientist, you see the whole picture. The murderer and the victim. And having the audacity to go and see on a Sunday afternoon in the remotest places to make a threat that no one can see. But it was rather unfortunate. It's well pictured. We lost Fabio because of this man. We put Naomi in coma because of this man. We see all the rubbish on the internet because of this man wanted to hold on to this technology, but I gave it freely to mankind. The only thing we can do is elevate his soul. That in time, the soul of physicality will take its own position. Thank you very much. You want to see a face of a murderer is in front of you. The one who plans assassination of many scientists is in front of you. In pink trousers. Any other comments?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. I think Jefferson is next. If you want to go ahead, Jefferson, then Antonio and Stefania.
You want to go for a commercial break before we go into this?
You're right. We're past our commercial break time here. So if those people can keep their hands up after the break, maybe we can continue with this, or how would you like to do that?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think Stanley will take us through the break here with some entertainment, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, welcome back everyone to the 357th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here today.
Thank you very much, Rick. What I would like to extend into the knowledge is, as we're becoming man of space and as we're becoming more expert in understanding the work of the universe, there are a number of things that the knowledge seekers have to understand, and knowledge seekers need to understand into the addition of the work of the Keshe Foundation. As I said in the American teaching and other teachings in past week or two, and emphasizing more and more, is many of you have built all these reactors, and you stood the work of what I call a star formation. In the shape, if you understand, each one has made its own star formation. That's one base, and the three bases of the fields that you need in different levels to create the manifestation of the field, to become tangible. In a way, what I see and what we're trying to get you to understand and further develop is this, that forget about what we call the physical system and concentrate on the field. This is what the next generation of the work has to be. In a way that the interaction of the field has to be considered and not the motors and reactors. This is where the next step in understanding the work of the universal physics come into operation, where we don't look at the tangibility, we look at the field forces effect. We don't look that we have Ganses. We create a condition that the fields of the universe become interactive in a condition and a position that we want. In a way, as part of the new teaching, as you saw in the ball rotating around an imaginary center to show its position, that imaginary center has to become the soul of the man. The soul of the physicality deciding if it wants to put its field strength to manifest for us to see the reactors. Not by building reactors to show the manifestation of a system. The knowledge of the knowledge seekers has to become part of understanding the creation of the field, absorption of the field, separation of the field, division of the fields through the use of the interaction of the field of the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality. The way the interaction of the fields of the earth and the sun creates the daylight and gives different light in different positions and angles. The soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man has to understand this, that it creates the same. In interaction of different field strength in different angles, it creates different matter condition of the manifestation if they wish. The way that the field of the sun and the earth in a given angle creates the trees, and in another angle creates the shrubs, and in another angle, in another part of the world, creates another tree and a different shrub. So now we understand that the knowledge has to extend into the dimension of fields that through it, if we wish, we can create the matter state or manifestation state without the matter. We know that this exists as we create gases which are not in a matter state, but in a condensed plasma condition that we see and absorb and observe them as plasmas in motion. Only when you bring the fourth state of field as an inertia, which you come to touch, then the gas manifests itself in a matter state. Before that is in the state of plasma. And it is the way that many of you, many of the knowledge seekers have to start working without existence of the matters. The way I said before, you put your hand out and you wish gold. You wish an apple. The emotion of the apple is registered within your brain. The soul of the man, through the eye of the man, sees the object, and through the dimension of the soul of the physicality, creates the apple in the hand of the man. The knowledge seekers, running of the magraphs, running of the dynamic motors, running of the everything else using matter state has to stop. Now that you have seen the effects of the field and interaction of the field. Create systems, develop systems that only creates fields and no matter state, and uses no matter state. You can use a matter state conditions to create fields, and with it to create a soul, that the emotion of the man through that soul, through the emotion of the feeling of the soul of the man, that matter state or condition can be created. In so many ways, in the coming time, as you become more expert, as many knowledge seekers are gradually going to the phase of understanding the power of the soul, when you put the picture of Eiffel Tower in front of you, through the emotion and understanding of the transmutation of the elements of the fields of the existence, you can manifest yourself at any position on the Eiffel Tower. There is no need for a jumbo jet. There is no need to get a bus to get there. The condition of, as I explained in the teaching of Tuesday, this is within the writing of the prophet, that the maturity of the man will come when he can understand and achieve transmutation of the elements. With the new teaching, we have taken a man to the further step in knowledge that when he understands the transmutation of the fields, which lead to the creation of the elements, or positions and structures or manifestation. The totality of Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers has to move away from building and building dynamic reactors and everything else to see something happens. You have to understand the interaction of the fields of what you do. Then you can stand for man and still achieve the star formation in connecting their souls and take flight to the planet, solar system, mountain, and anything else. I explained something why a family of four, a father, a mother, a son, and a daughter, is one of the best flight systems and balance systems ever created. You have four souls which are connected at source in creation and emotion, and now you can use it to create the star formation of the travel to where the four souls want to be. Now you understand doesn't need a dynamic reactor. It needs the essence of the creation of the fields, interaction of the soul of the man to achieve this. Maybe only mankind become mature when he understands this, where you exchange the reactors with the soul of the man, which in essence is a dynamic system itself. The principle, movement and motion and teaching is moving you knowledge seekers from this mayhem and step of macro system and dynamic system. We brought you these for you to be able to confirm existence of the fields. We did not bring these for you to become attached to and get bogged down in how the mixture inside them will do things for the physicality. When you can create the mixtures inside them, create the fields, and then remove these systems and see the effect is still existing, then you have moved to the next level of understanding of the technology and science. The next level for the knowledge seekers is to create environment where the fields can be sustained and fields can be shown that in a control through the emotion of the essence of the soul of the man, man can replicate anything in one position. In the Keshe Foundation Research Center, we have built such a condition to show where you might call it three-dimensional, where you might say is transmutation, but in the new system, which we will show in the coming time, we can create the holographic soul of the man, not the physicality of the man. That through that, we create the continuation of the physical dimension if we need to. What I promise you to bring the fish tank to show, that tank is already taking shape in the research center in Keshe Foundation. In time, and by intuition and understanding that the process by the knowledge seekers, then we show the fish tank. And I promise you one thing, you want to see the soul of the Christ, you shall see. You want to see the soul of all the prophets of the past and the present, you shall see. Because it's you then who decides how they will look and why they will be in that position. As I said many times, that I'll bring the condition that you shall see the soul of the Christ. Then you ask him, how did it feel on the cross? And let him explain. Creation of interaction of the fields in the dimension of existence has to become the next step in development of technologies for the knowledge seekers. In understanding that if you have two, you have the interaction of the fields. If you have 3 and 4, then you have the soul and manifestation of the physicality. In essence, if you understand, you can do the same. You can create field energies in a dynamic structure that you can replicate the structure and the field forces of an atom. Up to now, electrons and their movement, and protons and their movements, and neutrons and their movements have been theoretical. Now, if you understand and you can create these energy packs, then you can see the exact movement the exact positioning, the exact interaction of the fields, and how and when you can change them to manifest themselves in a matter state or the field state energy. This part of the technology, to be able to understand the interaction of the field forces, is important to you because it's the way you absorb energies from the universe that you will feed yourself. The reason we start teaching and elevating this side of the technology is that when we take you to a space, as we do not bring you food and medicine, it's you who's responsible to feed yourself, to understanding how to absorb and how to feed. In a way, up to now, you went to the supermarket to pick up a cheese, to have the calcium, and to pick a banana, to have something else, and to have meat, to have something else, that when you eat the combination, your body receives the totality of the energies and the fields that it can survive the daily cycle. Now you go to the universal supermarket, where you choose which fields you need and the body needs for its existence. We have changed your super and hypermarket, where you pick up objects to absorb the energies, be it alive or dead or killing something to receive it, to the exchange in the supermarket of the universe. This is where we are pushing you. This is where we are encouraging you. This is where we're trying to bring mankind. This is where the teaching is pushing you. This is where I want the knowledge seekers, especially the teachers in the KFSSI, and those of you who teach in workshops, those of you who teach across this planet, to the people who are interested to understand the work of the Creator, to show that the Creator works through the energy and transfer of the fields and not to the matter state. Now you understand. And this is what you have to push and to elevate and to bring into the understanding of the process of the new cycle. So you got to realize how you can use your soul to tap into the universal energy, that it becomes the energies that your body needs without taking more than what you need, as your body will bring the field balances, even being love. You can receive as much as you like, as you wish, as long as it's not poisoned. This is part of what we brought all these ganses. We didn't bring the ganses for you to mix and see what you can apply or whatever. We gave you and taught you the ganses to understand the packages of the energy and how, by looking at them, how by tapping into them, you can use the energies and the wishes to become the creator or the mover of you as an energy pack and not in a matter state. This is what the knowledge seekers in the coming weeks have to understand and start developing in a very rapid way, that in the process of the creation, in the process of developing these technologies, you become wise into what you need. As I said to a knowledge seeker, give me time. I'll bring the soul of those who carried out this atrocity last Friday to the position of the murder. And then they bring their physicality to it. And then we know who has done and who was carried away. As I said to the Iranian government officials, do not lash out as the nationals and the nation, as we will kill many fathers and sons that there's no need for. But leave it to the understanding of the new knowledge, will walk the soul of those who carried, who ordered,
into the position that they will confess, and we shall see how it's done. We don't use science and technology to kill another scientist. We use the soul of the Creator, understanding work of the soul, to bring those to justice themselves. As I said, when one shoots oneself, it's him who has to pay. When one shoots other, it becomes a murder. In the process of understanding, as I promised, I'll bring the soul of the Christ for those of who are the believers in his path to see. I shall bring the soul of those who carry this atrocity to the point where that their soul will manifest their physicality. Then there will be no accusation. And who and where and how it was done. Even from the offices of those who planned it, thousands of kilometers away, the soul of those leaders who planned this will be present at the same time. Now you understand what is the wish, what is the process of understanding, what is to become part of the new knowledge and understanding. There is no more than the self-confession. When the soul of the man brings man to the position of his misconduct through the soul of physicality. There shall be no judge, and there shall be no court, as their own soul of physicality will judge their conduct. In a way, we choose to live correct, we choose to take correct amount of what we need and no more to confirm our existence in a position and a dimension as we like. In so many ways, you have to start working in understanding of the field transfer and not matter transfer, and leave the process of the change to mankind. In a way, the teachers of the Keter Society, those of you who've been teaching how to make patterns, how to create condition, try now to teach the new cycle, that how to achieve the position. It is, in a way, to move the whole of the Keshe Foundation to its next step of natural process of understanding and development. In the process of becoming and understanding the totality of the creation. You have no choice, as now we have taken you and your knowledge to the next step. And in a way, you have to follow. If you come this far with us, you have to take the last step to mature your soul and your knowledge to the totality and not leave the whole halfway cooked. In a way, you have to come to understand what has been put on the table of knowledge. The knowledge was not to create a new energy system. The whole knowledge was not to create a MATLAB system or another patch. It was to show you to gain trust in the work, that then you can work without physicality. Try to understand the process of interaction of your soul with your solar physicality. Try to go through the barrier of needing confirmation in physicality to trust in what you do. Try to understand the process of the conversion of the energies. Try to see if I can create condition absorbs energies which I need to survive without actually eating. Then sit down and repeat the test which was done before. As you remember, you put an orange in a cup and you drank from the cup and you tasted the orange. Now you become the cup and put an orange in front of you. See and feel if you can tap into the resources of the soul of the man and not the soul of physicality, to taste, to take the energy from the orange. Now with it, you can transfer it to the soul of physicality, that you can feel every taste and energy of that orange in every cell of your body. Then you start getting prepared to become the man of universe, where the physicality of the matter becomes non-existence. It'll take time for many of you to learn this phase, but we have started the process. And in the next 4 months, we'll push with the development, that you gain that trust that you can attain physical dimension in the reality, in the process of transfer of the energy. They'll come that when you took this energy from the orange within your soul, then through understanding of this property, if you can replicate another orange on the same table, then you understand. The way we carry the energies of love and care becomes the energy essence of the creation. The whole process of the teaching from now on will go in that way. The development of the new souls that understand the process of the conversion of matter to energy and fields and emotion, and transfer of matter and emotion energies to the matter state of manifestation, if they wish so. The place, the position, and time will be the choice of the creator and absorber of the field. In a way, we try to get the knowledge seekers to understand that they have the interaction of the two most important entities, one is the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, to create and transfer any fields across the universe, whether it be by position or by strength. And this is one of the reasons that we introduce the enhancement of it. Not at the position of curing or helping or whatever, but to enhance the power of the soul of the man, that with it, man will learn how to survive the span of universe without the food, without medicine, and without killing. As I said, over the past few days, I'll bring the soul of the Iranian scientist to nourish the soul of those who tried to stop the science. You took the physicality, I will return the soul. It's the soul which made that physicality. Do not be shocked when he stands in front of you, and not in one, but in multitude. Then it has to be when the man understands the position and the time is the wish of the Creator. Try to start now that you have seen the fields. Do not go for the GANs of the orange, for the orange itself, but go for the energies of the GANs of the orange. This is much easier. The transportation into energy level has already been done. Try to taste the orange by looking at a cup in a field to see if you taste it, if you take the energy of it. And then repeat that with your lover to see if she can taste your love. Then you get it. then you understand the process. Then you see the truth, and nothing is hidden. Does she really love you, or is it a pretense to be there? And then the maturity of the time comes when you can keep silent and respect what you know. As I said, when it comes to space, you will not know what is in front of you except understanding the emotion. Because, like the soul of the man, is nothing but energy field. Now you will see what I teach today, what I explain today, is what has been taught for past 20 years. Now it makes sense because now you understand the process you've been through, the understanding of the fields and energies. It's not working to make things, is understanding the field transfers to find freedom of the soul, in respect of the time, position, and the strength. In the coming weeks, we will show you new technologies that this will become much easier to understand, that you find a medium, that it becomes easier to transfer. We gave you the orange in the matter state, so hard. We give you the GANs in the essence of the fields of the orange, which is at the strength of your soul, and you can tap into. And gradually you learn. Teach not by illusion, but teach by the knowledge and science and technology, how you can tap into the energy of the GANs in the cup, that with it, you can feel, taste what's in the cup. Could be the cup of the soul of the man. Is it love or deception? And which one do you accept? As I said, be courteous not to utter the word, I see lies. This is how, in the universal community, you decide the entity in front of you wants to eat you or wants to make love to you. Is it there by making everything available that you enjoy the existence? And that's what we call the lovemaking in the dimension of the universe. Give totality, that when you receive and achieve the fulfillment of the desire. The knowledge seekers, the path to the final destination is late. It's you who have to find it and to be able to travel the path to reach the ultimate goal. Then in that position, once you arrive, if your wish is to feel the essence of the Creator, what you call God, will it be available to you if you reach the point of maturity of understanding. In so many ways, I explained in so many different scientific languages to get you to the same point. And now it's time to reach that point. As I said, it's the responsibility of the knowledge seekers, teachers, and those who you teach and you spread the knowledge for you to understand the work of the fields and not the matter state trying to confirm the existence. Let people see with the eye of the soul of the man, not with the eye of the physicality of the man. Let them feel the knowledge, the essence of the creation, not by seeing to believing, but in sensing, in feeling the emotion they do not need to see. Try in simple steps, in simple methods. You show them how to make answers and patches. Now show them to put a cup there and see what they can absorb. Don't tell them, I transfer the energy of the apple in this one and the orange that one. You just put a cup and tell them, tell me what you feel. And do that with yourself. Then you don't need to kill to feed. You don't need to destroy to have. What is given to you as you ask for and you're given. This is how the work of the universe is. When you ask and you're given, it's for you to use it to elevate your soul and the soul of the others and not but abuse it. Now, many of you need to work, need to go back to work, need to understand the work of how to go back to work. In the coming weeks, I teach you how simply you transfer the essence of the energy and the emotion of the orange into the water. Many of you have tried, but you cannot transmute and transport it because you missed one fundamental point. And many of you were so eager to do it that you forgot what you did. And then at the same time, what you need to remanifest the entity. Any questions? I'm sure Jalal will be one in the front line.
Okay. I'm not sure if people are able to raise their hands right now or not. That function was turned off earlier. I'm not sure if it's been turned back on again. Let's see if I can tell. Ah, there we go. I have to turn it back on, I guess. Okay, we have Jefferson. Got his hand up before as well. Go ahead, Jefferson.
Good morning, Mr. Cash. Good morning, Rick. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with you. My name is Jefferson. I am from Juiz de Fora, Minas Gerais, Brazil. We are very sorry for the loss of the Iranian scientists, and I want to express my solidarity with you and with the people of Iran. I would like to know if I can ask a question related to the pandemic problem that is not yet under control here in Brazil. Rick, I am going to put this question in Q&A to be recorded in text as well. Mr. Cash, in my understanding, based on all that I have followed from your teachings, what is causing this pandemic and what has been conventionally called a virus is in fact radiation. Such radiation may be spreading in the world due to the implementation of increasingly advanced telecommunications technologies like 5G, for example, through antennas and satellites, or in an intentional and controlled way by people who want to dominate humanity. I'm talking to some doctors and government officials about the possibility of seeing the patients who arrives in the hospital with symptoms of the virus as in fact, he was contaminated by radiation. So instead of using the COVID-19 ICD code, use the radiation contamination ICD. In this way, they could work within the conduct of World Health Organization. And when looking for solutions for decontamination of the patient, see the plasma water solution. My question is, would it be easier for everyone Wouldn't it be easier for everyone to understand the function and effectiveness of plasma water if they know that the virus is actually radiation and that plasma water is a radiation neutralizer? I ask this question because I have seen that people understand a lot more when they see the problem that way. I have talked to doctors and authorities, and I realize that this may be an easier way for them to understand. I would like to know what you think about this. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Let me interrupt first that we have to put a disclaimer in here now that you brought that up, because that's one of the topics that YouTube does not allow to be discussed without putting a balance conversation on it and putting it in context that goes against the official line from the WHO and the other health authorities. They do not believe that the combination of 5G and the coronavirus, that there's any connection, and they do not allow any conversation about that. And they will take down this video if we do not put a disclaimer in now saying that we believe that it's that the WHO is correct in their evaluation of it, and the doctors are correct, and that we can't condone that. We can discuss it under that context, but we have to always, every time someone brings up something like that with the coronavirus, then we have to put a disclaimer in at that moment and balance it. They call it balancing out the conversation to give more emphasis on the WHO point of view. So this is just what we have to bring up now. Otherwise, we could lose this video and possibly lose the entire YouTube channel.
Yes, but the problem is that in answering the question is very simple. Viruses, as we speak in the space technology, exist right across the universe. It is not limited to a name or place. Mankind in the space will encounter only viruses, which is the energy packs which can attach themselves to the amino acid of the man. And this virus, what we call it, is the additional energy packs which can overwhelm the operation of the cells, or energy packs we call cells. The structure of the viruses is so deep that mankind has not even come to understand it. And in the depth of the universe, when we get affected by these packs of energy, they can even attach themselves to the energy pack, what we call the soul of the man. Because every entity has a capability to attract, has a gravitational field forces. And every energy, any energy pack, we call it plasma, has the capability to hold on to be part of, to be, in fact, in collective interaction with the totality of the fields of the universe. We call it a virus. And in depth of the space, there is no organization to control and to decide. It's us who will decide if we need this pack of energy or we need assist for the energy to move. In this process, we have to be able to give and take, to be able to understand and create, to be able to transfer fields as energies, what we call the viruses. This position, as we see, is a beginning in the change and understanding and evolution of the science. In the coming time will change as we will see the new knowledge with the new understanding will emerge. As I said, the gagging order to speak has become international, but the beauty of it is that in 10 kilometers above this planet, there is no gagging order that you cannot speak. But the interesting point will be if we can elevate the soul of those who bring these kind of things to control, that they can do what they like. As I said, my wish is the elevation of the head of WHO, his family, the same as those who created the mayhem in the murder of a scientist. The same goes with the soul of Mr. Gates and his family and his children. In so many ways, more people will suffer because of it, one way or the other. If the governments could understand what they do, the world leaders and the presidents will not take action as they have done to their bank accounts. We shall see. As I said, is one of the pleasures what we heard, that the government and the administration of the state of Austria has left it free to its citizens to decide if they want to take that path or not. And if the status quo stays the same with all the nations as Austria, then we decide. As long as the pressures are not there, that you can have the position and the test to be done that you can get on flights or leave the country. In that case, it'll be better for the knowledge seekers faster to learn the transmutation and transportation of the energies, that they can be in any position at any time without taking a flight. Transportation and transmutation through the energies of the soul of the man. Then Washington, Beijing is where you'd stay or where we would like to be, in and out as it suits the time and the place. I hope I answered you in a very diplomatic way with a full understanding of what you can do. Extend the knowledge of the plasma, interaction of the plasma very rapidly, then no nation, no borders, no position will be a threat to you, doesn't matter what virus name is, and the strength shall be in the space on Earth. Any other question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. Just trying to look through our YouTube and see if there's anything new there. Stefania has her hand up here. Go ahead, Stefania, and then Antonio.
She's translating again to Italian.
Hello, Stefania, can you come in? Okay, while she's getting her microphone to open or whatever, whoops, disappeared. Okay, we'll let Antonio go ahead. Maybe we can pull him in here. Hello, Antonio.
Hello. Mr. Kesh, my condolences to the Iranian scientist. The tribute at the beginning was very beautiful, so thank you for that. And yes, it's but I'd like to move on to the fields that you're speaking about. And my understanding is that only through the soul can we understand and comprehend the field structures and interactions, or is there a mechanical means to measure that we can see physically?
You have to move from physical feeling to emotional feeling, and with it, what you receive and what changes you see. And this is what has to be. And extending the knowledge to understanding the fields and motion of the fields.
So the emotions that you speak about, I'm trying to comprehend it through our mind. Is that there is a connection between the physical, emotional, and our mind? Is that what you're saying?
In a way, yes. Of course it is.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, that answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kest, Jenya in the Q&A has a question. I'm not sure if I can clarify correctly, but perhaps she can talk about it if possible. And she says it's concerning fields creation. Would it be enough to understand the gradual growth from early untangible elements growth all the way to tangible hydrogen, then to carbon, and all the way back as tangible radioactive elements, back to source through the inner seed gases, helium, neon, etc.? I'm not sure if that made sense to you, Mr. Keshe.
Not really. I'm trying to think what she's trying to say.
Okay, I'll allow you to talk if you wish to open your microphone, Jenya, to clarify that.
Hey everyone, Rick, Mr. Keshe, and everyone. I'm sorry to hear about bad news and my concern. I was asking, the way I see it, that hydrogen is tangible to us, but preceding hydrogen, from my understanding, there are other elements which we did not discover yet. And the understanding of their growth, of their creation, through the initial P emetics that you, Mr. Keshe, were talking about. My simple question is, if I make thinking exercise with myself as the order of their creation, of their transportation from one element to another, and as I see it at carbon, the poles, they go back, like they go through each other, and then we have more radiative aspects of matter until they digress to the radiative elements like uranium and everything else, and the other radiative elements. So if I sit with myself and gradually think thought exercise as how the neutron from the neutron, the creation of the proton, the electron, and all the stages to different expressions of elements. Would it be enough to understand the way the fields work so I can work with them?
I'm not sure if you're.
I'm not clear enough. I can try.
I'm not sure if
if
Mr. Cash is able to speak right now, so maybe I can ask to.
Yeah, no, what happened, I explained, I thought my microphone was open. I was asking that, what do you want to do with this? What's your intention?
My intention to have a unified perspective on how we interact with what we are doing, so we will understand and know what we are doing in the process, instead of making experiments all the time.
If you go the way we explained today, the only experiment and experience you need to do is to see how you can tap into different energies. Maybe some of us are very good and they can tap into the higher order, and some of us are carrying a different strength in our blood composition that we can tap into a lower order. But gradually, it's like eating food. We see a new food, we taste it, we find out how it's cooked and what the way it's prepared that we can enjoy it. Now we have to do the same thing and start with somewhere. Some of us will maybe be able to taste gold, and some of us taste hydrogen according to the field they carry. Every element, according to its structure of manifestation in interacting with its environment, has a taste and stuff, even gold. And in essence of its color and their strength, creates a specific emotion that fits to us to have, to possess, to value. So you have to see what you want to value and how you want to value and the way you want to value something.
So you suggest to start from what I want and thinking from there?
Well, not necessarily. If you don't know how to make the recipe, it doesn't matter what you want. You might want Chinese, but you don't know how to fry, so it doesn't count. You have to be able, the method to be tapping into it, to be able to interact with it.
Like understanding the principal mechanics of the way of creating this, and then I can translate it to any other need.
Yep, but start with the small steps. Don't go for the big. Sometimes the big is too heavy. It's an old saying. The guy who picks up the biggest stone, it shows he's not going to throw it because it's too heavy to throw. The guy who picks up a pebble is the one who hits you with it. So start with what is not too big and you can understand, and then build around it step by step. They say you pick, what was it, 1 or 2 words of a language, and gradually you learn the language over years, because you'll see, you understand more and more. You got to do the same. Find the first alphabet that your emotion and your feeling and your soul can interact with, and then start building it. Don't shoot everywhere off the hip, as we say.
Yeah, my question was concerning to understanding the alphabet for that saying.
So you start somewhere. You see, when I touch
ganses, people that are in the lab with me, they see, I taste them immediately. And some of them are horrible. If I come near ganses, by experience, I can say which gans is what because of the energy field which it produces, which interacts with me in a certain level, that associate this with this and that. We had this yesterday in the lab. I just come near, I can feel, but I know what I put and what is in there that it gives me that feeling.
Yeah, in my ganses, I can find different smell of any kind of gans.
So you associate with the smell now. You got to feel with, in essence of, smell it with the soul, if I can say so. In a way to be able to transfer that smell into the entity which you think you have created.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very easy.
It's like practicing.
Yep. Practice make it perfect, but you have to. A lot of people jump from everything everywhere. And then when they don't get, says, I don't feel it, so it doesn't exist. Just because you don't speak Spanish doesn't mean that the Spanish doesn't exist. A lot of knowledge seekers says, I don't feel it, so it's just your imagination. So you don't speak Spanish, how can you understand the Spanish joke?
Yeah, of course. What is
it's you who's got to learn the alphabet of Spanish.
This makes me excited. Thank you.
Has excited the citizens of the universe. This maybe that excitement starts in the human race too.
Yes. With time, I will find better ways to express my questions. So.
Thank you very much. Well understood.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. We have Salamia next. No chanting.
Yes, I feed my soul like this, really, because it's a connection with God for me. But anyway, I will not do this because it's not allowed. I have to be correct. So I thank to Mr. Keshe because he suggests me an answer from the Universal Council meeting when we have on Wednesday about this video with the sun feeding me. And it was correct because this day I was feeling so lovely and I didn't need to eat. But I usually don't eat. I can stay 2-3 days without eating since my childhood. My parents just left me alone at home working, and I was making how do you say, getting solution to mathematics and physics. I was in love with this, doing every day, hours and hours, and I didn't need to eat or to drink anything. And my parents, when come back at home, they said, you didn't drink, you didn't eat. Are you crazy? I said, no, but I didn't need to. And other time, I was invited by a cosmologist from Ukraine to participate in a course, a teaching course on preparing, how do you call it, elite of psycho-informational leaders of the world. I didn't understand very well what was our mission. And now he said, you people here present, you have to teach the people how to feed themselves without eating or drinking, because we will have bad time in the future. And it's your mission to teach them, because it is possible. And now, meeting you and listening to your teaching, I can explain to people, not only explaining, but to demonstrate that this is possible in the physicality. Because he was explaining not in physicality, but at soul level, that we can feed our soul directly from the source and taking energy from the universe. And starting from this day, my wish was to feed myself with the help of the energy of the universe. I'm a vegetarian. I don't like to kill animals to eat them, and even plants. I said, why I have to kill a plant to eat this? But sometimes I do this for pleasure. When I am with friends, they will think maybe I'm crazy and I refuse everything, but I can live without taking physical food, just taking spiritual, not spiritual energy. This energy of the universe will make good for me, make me as a new baby, as a new human being, And daily I'm making meditation. I say, and I dance, I write poetry, I chant, I think, and then I enjoy my soul. And for me, this is like energizing my body. My sister also asked me, please come and sing to me, and I will clean your house. I will do everything for you, because I feel very well when you do this. Maybe I can energize people. I'm a professor myself, and some students, when they come, because I'm teaching now adults, not students, they said, we come with pleasure in your class because you energize us with your voice. And when you teach us, you transfer energy to us. And we don't listen what you say, but we come here because we like to energize you, and we like you. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think that it's possible that our soul is perfect. Our matrix, divine matrix, is perfect. We have to be aware of our powers and to understand all these fields and the connection of these fields, because our soul is just connection of different fields. Everything in this world is only fields of thought, fields of love, fields of peace, fields of divine rays, light. Everything is light. It's not dark. And thank you, Mr. Kesh, because you just remember me, and you was very true. You just answered to my question this day, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions?
We have Stefania next.
Hello, good evening. Sorry for before, I couldn't unmute myself.
That's on you. That's usual with you. There's always something you can't do. So we got used to it. One day, even if you go to planet God knows where, we have to learn a new way.
I just wanted to, first of all, have the condolence for this gentleman who passed away. And also what I love about today, that we learning this new knowledge. And this shows us that we are untouchable once we understand how to apply it. I just wanted to say also that I noticed, did you hear me properly, by the way? Can you hear me properly?
We never hear you properly. We can hear you, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so another things, I just wanted to say that I noticed that yesterday I was watching something, and also the archaeologists having a similar issue regarding the history of humankind, and they're also being threatened, or also they're having problems, same as the scientists on expose or adding to the knowledge.
You see, you're Italian. You've been to where the Italians hanged the first man who said the earth was not the center of the universe. If you know exactly what I'm talking about, when you go to see the Tower of Pisa, the church where they hanged the man is somewhere there, if I'm correct, if I remember correctly, when I went there. So mankind has not changed at all in past centuries. Mankind is still the same with the same atrocities. Now, we killed the first man who said the earth is not the center of the universe. Now we're killing the scientists who bring the improvement for man to go into space and become part of the universe. Nothing has changed. The same animal behavior.
Yes. I mean, I would like to correct you, Mr. Cash. Things have changed now with your knowledge.
You don't hang them in the church. You don't hang them in the church anymore. Hello.
Yeah.
We hang them. We hang them
okay.
in Vatican nowadays.
I want. Yeah. I wanted to also to share this. I wanted to share also what happened once. I put a mint next to my guns water, and one day I drink the water and I tested the mint. I was very surprised before I imagined it. And then I tried again to test the water later on, and I couldn't test the mint again. It's like the more I tried to test the mint, the less I could test it. So I was very surprised when that happened, because it happened without me even wanting to. It just happened. Is it similar
There
of the
are 2
orange?
points. There are 2 points, Stefania. Was it your intention to taste it, or did it happen accidentally?
I was looking the mint, and I remember me knowing that the mint, knowing that the mint was fresh. I really wanted the taste of the mint, but I didn't plan to have it in the water. And then when I drink the water, I was surprised that I tasted the mint. But I remember me looking the mint first and then drinking the water. So I don't know if involuntarily I did something, I don't know. But there was a clear taste of the mint. It's so clear that I was surprised because the water was tasting mint. And I didn't know if maybe it was because the mint, I put it next to the plasma water. So I don't know, maybe the interaction of the fields. This is what I thought straight away.
So,
I couldn't remember really what I thought at the time. I just remember to be surprised.
What do you mean be surprised? Can you explain, please?
As I said, I just remember I put the mint in a glass of water next to the guns of cup one. I had a big jar of the guns of the cup one, and I put it there just because I thought it will keep her better over time, live longer. But in the morning when I wake up and I drink the guns water directly, with this syringe, I put it in another container and a big glass and drink it. First things, I was so, I thought, how did it happen this? The water tasted like a mint. And the ironic things was, it was the very first seconds, they were the strongest of a clear mint taste. Then I thought, oh, wow, the mint is in the plasma water now. And I then, I think later on, try again the water of the cup one to see if I imagine it. And I couldn't test as much as before. And then I let the things go because I thought, I don't know what happened here. I don't know. And I just let everything. And I didn't pursue to try again to test the mint. And for fact, the water, after, after I take off the mint from there and the water was tested normal again, I couldn't test no more the mint.
Yes, but as I said, was it because you saw the mint, or was it subconsciously and you couldn't see the mint next time when you were drinking it?
Say again the question one more time.
The first time when you tasted it, did you see the mint first?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
And subconsciously,
yes. I remember I woke up in the morning and looked.
Subconsciously, but was it Gans water or was it any water in the cup?
So the mint was next to a jar where there was the water and the guns at the bottom of the jar, but it was already been washed, already been clean. Everything was with no salt. Everything was, and then you're right. I looked the mint in the morning. I thought, what a beautiful mint. I really looked the mint and really noticed it was very nice mint. And actually, now you say this, I wanted to taste the mint. It's true. I looked at the mint. I thought the mint was very nice looking mint. I was very pleased for the mint that was looking so nice. And then I must have tested the water like I do every morning. I take some water, just the water, and I put it in another glass and I drink from the glass. And at that point, I test very clearly the mint, so much that I thought, oh my God, now my plasma water, it will test like a mint. So I was convinced that something happened there. And then I drink again later on, not straight away, again the water, and there was no more taste of the mint. So I thought I imagined it at that point. But even so, I know that I had a strong feelings in my mouth. So in one way, I knew I didn't imagine, but in the other way, because I tested again the water and there was no taste of mint again. So I thought, oh, maybe, I don't know. I just let it go.
Yeah, but as I said, some things are subconscious. But what we say is, did you use a Gans water when you did it? Or was it the Gans water in the cup?
No guns. Just what? So what I did, I took the water at the top of the jar, little bit, put it in another glass, like a normal glass, and I drink the glass with the water in it. When I drink the water in it, I just remember me, oh my God, being surprised that was tasting like the mint. So is a how you say it? It's the water of the in the jar. The big jar had the Gans at the bottom. Then I took off just the water at the top and put it in a glass with no Gans. Then when I drink the water, I was surprised. I remember very vividly because it really surprised me. And the test was super clear. It was just like a mint. So these are very clear in my head. What I'm not too sure, it's exactly what I thought before, but I am sure to look the mint and be very happy for the mint, to be really nice next to the Gans water. So this is how I remember. Did you hear me, or is the volume fine?
Yep, we hear you. I'm not sure if Mr. Cash.
Yes, we hear you. I think the whole world can hear you. Don't worry. That's perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I don't know if it's good or bad that the whole world can hear me. You're welcome.
I think it's good. Thank you very much, Estefania.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, or shall we call it a day?
We have Azar with a hand up, and maybe we could end it after that.
Estefania, I think I know what happened when you look at the mint. You see, because you weren't thinking, you weren't conscious about your intention, because you just naturally look at the mint and just had that admiration of the mint, because we humans don't understand it. Everything constantly is responding to us, but we are so blind to see it. So when you just woke up and look at the mint and you had so much admiration, the mint can see that, can feel it. So it want to give you that pleasure of that admiration you had. So it allows you to taste it the first time. That's why you tasted it. The same thing happened when we pass by anything. If we stay alive enough, present enough, and pass by anything, and have admiration of flowers or the trees or whatever, they respond back to us the same way. But we are so quick and constantly thinking and not paying attention, not present as life that exists within us. We just don't get the essence of this planet. Actually, being alive on this planet is so pleasurable. Everything is at our fingertip. But even the God is closer than our own skin to us, and trying to give us all the information we need, but we so caught up with all the emotions and thoughts and everything that we don't even feel how God is close to us. So it's the same thing with everything else. Next time you pass by anything, by a flower or a tree, I mean, I'm not saying just think about it, just be free to be conscious and be alive, not to be in your head, just be. That way, everything is start to giving to us, to communicate with us. And that's how I see it. Thank you.
Yeah, Azar, one thing for sure, more I had is not really like something I thought step by step, but I did. Maybe when I looked at Mint, I can remember maybe the desire of testing it, because as soon I looked at Mint, I kind of I could tell how, I don't know if I could tell how good it would taste, or if I had a desire to test the taste, but I remember thinking something connected, but it was not a clear thought I can put into words. It was more really, since maybe it's true, our feelings of I don't know if it was a feeling of wanting to test the Mint. I just really I would not know. I just cannot tell exactly what happened, because I was very surprised when it happened. But definitely there was definitely the desire of test the taste of the Mint. I have to say that. Now I don't know the order of things, but I do remember these feelings of desire of testing the Mint, and I remember me being surprised of testing the Mint in the glass. I remember me looking the Mint and think it was a nice Mint. I was very, so I don't know how did it happen, that's it. But I was very surprised on the fact. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. Because
we should probably wrap things up here pretty soon.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we're going to go over the 4 hours, and it'll make it difficult for transcribers later.
Thank you, Rick.
If you have any
thank you, Stefania.
Comments to wrap things up?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you indeed for all your support and understanding. I hope today was a change in position and in understanding that from now on, we value our scientists the same as we value our prophets. As we heard from our Iranian colleagues, the nation of Iran, for the first time, buries its scientists alongside its religious prophets' leadership, making saints out of them, not to be a stranger, but those who give their lives in the path of knowledge and understanding the totality. Maybe with what we wish, and as we carry our wishes to the what I call Universal Council, that through their wishes and through their conduct, we end up killing up the scientists by the governments and by institutions for financial gain, as the loss of one scientist is a loss for the whole of humanity, as they cannot add to the knowledge of the man. And in this process, to how far we can, what we call understanding our own ethos of work. And in so many ways, we have to see to what extent we can elevate the soul of the whole of humanity to respect the scientists as those who change the course of humanity for better. And at the same time, if a science abused by the world leaders to the benefit of the ruling, that science will turn out to be for the benefit of the humanity. Thank you very much for today. And I hope we start the path in teaching of how you can start feeding yourself in the universe, and how you start understanding how you can tap into universal energies that become the source of your food, the life and energy anywhere in the span of universe. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent, Mr. Kesh. Thank you once again for another Knowledge Seekers workshop here. It's been the 357th Knowledge Seekers workshop, and thank you to everyone for contributing to today's workshop, for the questions and comments. And we look forward to another one this time and place next week as well. And of course, we have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace also coming up on Tuesday of next week. Okay, I think that's it for now. And we'll have a final video and end the workshop. Bye for now.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate